Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is to try and trace back or start from where I think I started from with all the dependencies I had up to the point where I'd lost the ditto sessions. So let's get this back. Now I seem to remember that I'd started with wget to reinstall it because of libpsl, but I'm pretty sure libpsl has been installed, so let's see how we go. So if I look at my spreadsheet, I've got wget reinstall after libpsl. When I search for libpsl, that's been completed without any issues, so it could be that there's something else on wget that caused the chain of dependencies. So there's libpsl there. So what I'll do is I might as well just click on these again, even though I'll be losing them again when I get another browser up and running. So yeah, so libpsl had nothing against it, so I know there's nothing to be done there. Again, make CA, I know there's nothing to be done with that one. I've lost these tabs again. GNU TLS, let's have a look at that one. Rebuild after text live. Okay, so we've got text live, so I can deal with that one. That would mark that one off a rebuild that's necessary. So let's start with that. So I'll put the configure and check if there's anything else I need to do here. Right, I'll put that in as well. Okay, I don't think there's anything else to be done there then. Okay, just check the output here, see if it makes sense. Interesting, it says it hasn't found Valgrind. I'm not sure why that is, because that's definitely installed. Let's rerun that. It could be that it doesn't work properly. So looks like there's a disabled Valgrind test. Let's see if there's an enable. I don't think it complained about that. Right, Valgrind, yes, it has found it this time. So obviously needs to be set explicitly. So I'll build that now. Right, so that's built. I'm going to run the tests now. It'll take a little bit longer. Okay, so this has been stuck on provable for a while now. I'm going to give it a few more minutes. It is using 100% CPU, so it could be doing something very intensive. Given that it might be running on Valgrind, it could be running really slowly. But I'm going to crash into it if it doesn't budge soon. But another thing I've also noticed while that's been running is I've been checking for what else needs to be done, and I think I should really have looked at libunistring, because that's if I open it up in a new tab, use the right mouse, actually a new window. This was just to reinstall after TextLive, just basically to get some documentation. So the fact that I'm rebuilding it and it's recommended for GNU TLS, I think I really should have built this first. So what I might do is, if this doesn't start again, is to abort the GNU TLS rebuild completely, build libunistring with TextLive, and then come back here. The libtaz and P11 kit didn't have anything to rebuild, and the other ones being optional. And what was it said for GNU TLS? I think it was just TextLive. Yeah, it's not absolutely necessary to rebuild anything here. I mean, I suppose I could go through these and see if they do need a rebuild. It'd probably be the best thing to do. In fact, what I could do is build this while that's building. It shouldn't interfere with it, being it's running tests. Let's have a go at that. Something I wouldn't normally do, but it is only running on one core, so it's not too much of a problem. So you can see it's just running on one core there at the moment. So let's rebuild this. Okay, and I'll build this on 3 cores so that the GNU TLS test doesn't get put under any more stress. Okay, and I'll run make check -J3 as well. Okay, that's all passed, so I'll install this. So that's libUnistring rebuilt. So update the spreadsheet. Okay, and tidy that up. So like I said, libtaz and P11 kit, there's nothing to do there. Let's have a look at Brotley next. Look that on the list. Might as well just go through all of these. No, there's nothing to do with Brotley. GTK doc. No. libIDN. Not libIDN. Let's have a look at libIDN 2 because I don't know which one of them would have been used. Rebuild after Git. Okay. Oh yeah, I wonder if Git was part of the sequence before. In fact, let's go back to here and edit the. Wasn't that one? Was it? What was it called? Oh, this might be a bit of a clue here. What's been listed here? Yeah, wget's what we started with. We went on to libproxy by the looks of it. So let's have a look if libUnistring is here. It is, so we can get rid of that. Looks like we're going to build libIDN 2 for Git. libsecomp. Let's see what it says in libIDN. It might just be to fetch stuff. It doesn't say what that's for. GTK doc. Right, I'm just going to look to see what Git needs. Oh yeah, that needed a few things. Apache. Yeah, I think I have a feeling that's what we were going down, or part of it. Right, let's have a look at these other ones. Libsecomp. No, that didn't need to be rebuilt. NetTools. Nope. Next one is. That's it. So really, it's just this libIDN 2 path. For GNU TLS. And then for wget, if we go back there, We've got these Perl modules, which I don't think will be involved in anything. HTTP daemon. Nope. IO socket. That's a requirement for Git, and it hasn't got any requirements to be rebuilt. libidn we've seen. libproxy. No, haven't got anything against that. And Valgrind, that's got Git. Yeah, I haven't got anything for that one either. Probably because Git's optional. So I think that following libidn to Git and then following these should put us back on the path. It's not the same path, especially looking at these links here. It's definitely not the same, but I think it will come. Oh yes, it was GTK3, wasn't it? That's where we finally ended up, to trying to install GTK3 and GTK4 for something. So I think that's what we've got to try to focus back on, but Git seems to be quite used quite a lot in places. So let's have a look at the first one, see if that needs to be rebuild with libssh2 after Apache HTTP and S-tunnel to allow for testing. Well, Apache is one of the requirements here for some tests, so let's have a look at that one. I bet that's got a few. Yes, it has. APR util. Right, we haven't done that one. And yeah, we're taking a different path, but I'm pretty sure soon that we'll come back to the GTKs. APR, yeah, I don't think we've got that one either. No. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is, like I say, I'm going to rebuild this, but I'm not going to set that extra flag for Valgrind. That's quite possibly why it's not got mentioned in the book. If I knew how long this would take, I'd probably let it go and finish and then just break the video. I don't want to leave the video really running with nothing happening on the screen. So I'll abandon that. I'll tidy that up. And this was for libidn as an optional, and that needed Git for, doesn't say it's for testing. Right, so I'll come back to GNU-TLS after libidn's done, so I'm going to resume here at APR, I think. Right, let's run some tests. Oops. Right, that looks all successful. Yep, all tests passed, and it creates a file, and that seems to be good. So install that. APR, so let's put that in. And then we move back to API util. Requires MariaDB. Right, I think that was one of the, or it's optional at least. Yes, I think these databases were things that I was going to install. So let's open this as a new window because it's bound to have some dependencies. So CMake we've got, and lib event, that's fine. Boost, rebuild after numpy. Right, that was, yes, this is starting to come back to me now. That was the last thing we built before I did the reboot, so that's a definite thing to do next. Right, so extract that. Yeah, that was one thing I wanted to do, is to remove this tear free thing. I'll do that in the other window while this is building. CD boost. So this is a fix for i686 that doesn't count. And in the instructions below, the available logical cores, logical cores are used. Replace nproc. Right, okay, so there's nothing to be done there. Okay, so let's bootstrap this again. Okay, let's start the build. Time this and wait for that. Okay, all done, and run the tests. Okay, that's a complete pass, so we can install this. But there's this message here about Boost installs many version directories in user lib cmake. And if a new version of Boost is installed over a previous version, the older cmake directories need to be explicitly removed. Now, normally I wouldn't bother about this, but I've got this thing in the back of my mind that says, and it's to do with cmake, that there are like hash numbers put against some of the files. I think it was cmake. So I'm just going to take a look at this to see what there is. No, they're all to do with the version 1.90, which is what we're installing. So in theory, it is literally about a new version, which is what I'd expect it to read it as. So I'm just going to install it as it is, and hopefully we'll see the let's just park that a moment. We'll see the date timestamp updated for the Boost directories. So they're April the 21st. So if I run this now, wait for it to complete. Looks like it's doing its final checks. Okay, it says updated 353 targets. Let's now have a look. Okay, it's still got the same date of the directory. Let's look in one of them. Serialization. So they are today's dates and times. So things have been updated. So that's good. So that's Boost reinstalled. So that was a good opportunity to get that out of the way. I've updated the spreadsheet. Now, before I carry on about that tear option in for the screen tearing, if I get that up on the screen, make it a bit easier to understand. I'll go to xorg server. So here is where it mentioned, no, it's not xorg server, is it? What is it to do with? Right, it's in a couple of places actually. Yes, it is xorg server, yeah. Yeah, there's this patch that I actually added, which not only implements the tear free, it allows us to set the option on and off with the xorg.conf. So if I go back and then we go to the testing configuration, it details there somewhere, this bit down here right at the bottom, about how to enable the setting. So what I've done on a remote terminal is I've already adjusted this but obviously it won't take effect until the next time I restart the server. Okay, that boost hasn't deleted. So you see I've set that to false. So it's not going to take immediate effect, but the next time the xorg restarts, when we do startx, it should gain the performance as it did before. Now it actually does say on the xorg server that it's only beneficial for, where is it? Or is it on that other page I was just on? It might be on that other page I was just on. No, let's see where that is. Oh, it is just above the box, the description. I thought it was in a separate box. No, it's not in that bit there, is it? Oh, right, yes, it is on the xorg server. It's in the additional downloads part. Yeah, it says here if you're going to use xorg environment without a compositor such as TWM, which is what we're using, IceWM, OpenBox or Fluxbox, then this is a patch worth doing. Being as we're going to be eventually using KDE and I'll probably be installing GNOME as well, it might cause problems. So by disabling it now, not only do I get the full performance, yes, I get tearing, but I can't say that I really noticed that, but I did notice performance drop. When the terminal was scrolling lots of data, the responsiveness of the web browser was quite noticeable in how slow it was. So I get that performance. I don't have to worry about that. Plus, when I come to use another environment like KDE, which I believe manages tearing through a compositor, then that's obviously not going to be any risk with a conflict with this patch. So that's that. So I'll remove the rest of boost, shut that down, and move on to the other optional dependencies for MariaDB. And this one hasn't got any other dependencies other than CMake. Switch initializes package tests. It will be overridden if the instructions for running the test suite is used. Okay. So basically, if you run this as it is, you're not planning on installing, running the tests, the compiler presumably a little bit quicker for you. Not that it took long anyway. So let's do the test. So we're going to change that and run the tests. Okay, that's all passed, and we can install that. That's done. Shut that one down, and we've got Java. At some point I'll be wanting to install the source version of this. That's the binary version. Let's have a look at the source version. In fact, I'd say, apart from Git Mercurial, that's nearly ready. Okay, so libaio, I think we've done that one. Let's check what status it is. That's all right. libxml2. Yeah, there's nothing to do there. libpam we've done. LZO, I'm pretty sure there's nothing with that one. Let's double check. No. Not doing Kerberos Ruby. I think that's fine. Yeah. Sphinx. rebuild after Python and text live. So we've got both of them. So I think we can rebuild that now. So let's do that one. Sphinx-9. So build it. Python and text live. Oh, for tests, right, okay. I was just trying to fathom out what the rebuild was for. So sudo -e to reinstall this. Already satisfied. Does that mean it hasn't reinstalled them? Yeah, it's not updated any of the code at all. Oh, right, upgrade I need to put in. Upgrade. No, that hasn't done it. Upgrade package to the newest version. Ah, force reinstall, I see. So the other one's for literally an upgrade. Force reinstall. This is install one. Could not find a version that satisfies requirements. Things contribute app. Apple help. Oh, do not install package dependencies. This option may be needed with the upgrade or force reinstall options. Okay, so it looks like I might need that then. Right, that looks better. So now if I look at the directory, yeah, it's been updated. And those have as well. Okay, that's better. So now I'll run the tests again, and I presume it's going to take a little bit longer because it's got Python and text live. Okay, that's finished. So we've got 4 failures there, and I don't recall having any previously, but one of them is saying I couldn't find a module. Now the book does say that 4 tests are known to fail, 3 in test x.orca.py, which is the first 3, and 1 in test util typing. So to me that looks like the same errors, and therefore that's a pass, and I would have accepted that anyway. Just 4 tests that seemingly not really related, minor things. So that's Sphinx rebuilt. So Sphinx, update this spreadsheet and put that in there. And we can close that. And the next one I'm going to do is Unix ODBC. And that's quite a lightweight package to build in terms of dependencies. So we've got 2 extra commands here or options that aren't mentioned in the configure. This parameter enables building drivers that were installed by default in previous versions, and driver configuration libraries that were installed by default in previous versions. So I'm not sure about adding that in because they're not in the instructions. And as it's something I don't explicitly use or wouldn't explicitly use, I'm going to leave them off. So I'm just updating this spreadsheet, and I'm going to mention the fact that I haven't installed them. In case that comes up, then I'll be aware of that. So built without enable drivers or enable drivers conf. So become the root and install. So that is Unix ODBC complete. Valgrind we've got, and the rest are all external, so we can build MariaDB now. Oh, looks like we've already downloaded it. So you can see we were on the way to doing MariaDB before. So let's extract that. So, oops, I need to become the root to add a group and a user. Then fix an issue with detecting boost 1.8.9.0. And we've got this massive command to configure the build. Let's create a temporary directory. Copy this in. And just check the options if there's anything we need to change with embedded server on. That's needed. Extra child sets complex. Extra child sets complex. Without server on. Where's that? Oh, use this switch if you don't want the server and like to build a client only. Never sure whether to leave it off or not on the basic desktop, but I tend to build it with it on. Let's see, is it there at all? Without, no, I can't see that. So I'll add that. No, yeah, sorry, I'll leave it off because it's like a reverse negative. You have to specify that option to turn off the server. So by default, it's built with the server. The numerous options available to CMake. Check out the output of CMake. Right, okay, I'm not going to play around with this too much. So let's get the build or the configuration running. Okay, that's configured. So let's start the build. And wait for it to complete. Right, that's finished, so I'm going to run the tests now, and I think they take a similar amount of time but slightly quicker. Okay, we've got the two failures that are mentioned in the book, so we'll just go ahead and install this, as that's relatively successful. and also that was a lot quicker to build than the build. 40 minutes for the build, 4 minutes for the tests. That's a relative comparison of 10 to 1, and yet you can see the SBUs don't reflect that at all. That just shows they can be quite misleading sometimes. So let's install that, create a basic config file. So let's become the root for this. Right, what happened there? Is that not copied? Oh, right, I've missed a C. Try that again. That's better. You can now install a database and change the ownership to the unprivileged user and group. Okay. Further configuration requires that the MariaDB server is running. Start the server using the following commands. Okay. A default installation has not set up a password for the administrator, so you use the following command as the root to set one up. And I'll put a password in. Now it's finished, shut it down. And that's the root password that we just entered. And it's been shut down, and now we can install the BLFS units. So I'll change back to BLFS, then BLFS system to units. Run that. I don't know if that starts it or not. Let's try sys ctl status mariadb.service, if that tells us anything. Enabled, and it's inactive, so let's try start and then do a status. Right now that's running. If anything needs the server. So that's MariaDB. I've added it to the spreadsheet. Let's shut that down now. And also tidy this up. Okay. So next one we've got is Open LDAP. I think we've installed that. Yeah, and that's got to be rebuilt after Unix ODCB, MariaDB, and PostgreSQL. Okay, so we might be able to do that after we've installed PostgreSQL then. Right, let me just, yeah, we've done Unix ODBC, haven't we? So if we install this one next, let's see what this has got. So ICU, we've done libxml2, we've done libxslt, I'm pretty sure is, oops. libxslt is okay. Open LDAP is going to be reinstalled anyway. Linux PAM is okay. Kerberos we're not doing. So FOP is done. I'm pretty sure those doc books are done, but let's just double check them because there's some with this different version numbers. 4.5 doc book 4.5. Right, yes, that's one we haven't done, the looks of it. Yep, so we need to build that for the documentation. libarchive is done. SGML common. I thought we'd done that, and that's not on the list, so unless I've missed it, but we'll find out soon. So SGML, yep, it's not there. Okay, so that's good because it shows that I haven't made a mistake there. So copy link location and a patch. SGML common. So run the patch and then run auto reconf. Run configure and build it. Then as the root, install these catalogs and some documentation as well. And it says to remove the items as the root when upgrading. Okay. So that's SGML common. So SGML common. Shut that down. And docbook 4.5. Yeah, there's two docbooks. There's this one and 3.1 as well. So we haven't installed 3.1 yet. Right, does this... Yeah, we've got to create a directory. It's a zip file. If you remember what I said before, a lot of these zip files don't actually expand into a directory that contains all the files. So what's this here? I think we can get rid of that one. So unzip docbook. What else have we got there? Docbook 4. We've got 4.5 as well. Sorry, 5.0. Didn't realise that. Docbook 4.5. Oh yes, sorry, it doesn't expand, as I've just said. So we make a change, and then as the root, install those files, and that's done. So that's docbook 4.5 DTD. Shut that down. And next we've got docbook DSSSL. Right, looks like we haven't got that either. No, so let's install that one. So this is what needs docbook 3.1 DTD. We've done HTML common, just done that. Let's put this one in. libarchive we've got. Let's just put that in there. So again, we'll need to create a temporary directory, unzip doc book 3.1 in the parent directory. Don't change, we just make another change to it and become root and install the files. So that's docbook 3.1 SGML DTD. .5 we've got OpenSP. No, we haven't got that one. LibNSL and XMLTO, I think we've got those two. NSL, yep, and XMLTO. Alright, I thought we'd installed that. Right, have I missed that off the list then, perhaps? Oh no, there it is. Why has that not found that? Oh, there it is, right, okay. Missed the highlight. Okay, so that's installed. Right, so open SP. Let's try putting a command in. Okay, so we've got some commands here. Let's put the patch and the file changes in. Then copy the configure command and examine the options available. Disable .build. This switch prevents configure script checking if you have XMLTO'd. So we've got XMLTO, so we can remove that. To get the documentation. Enable default catalog. This switch sets apart a centralized catalog. Right. Search path. Enable XML messages. This switch adds support for XML formatted messages. I guess we could add that in. Right, and we've been caught out by the config.gas being out of date, but looks for it again. So config.gas. Yep, it's an ancient one again. It's over 20 years old. So once again, from sources, copy the config.gas that we downloaded for Linux from Scratch 13. Overwrite it and rerun the configure. And now it understands what processor we've got. Make and build it. Okay, we've got an error here. XMLTO, so it doesn't seem to want to build with XMLTO. Does not validate fixed document syntax or use skip validation option. Right, so I might have to reconfigure with that skip validation option, or I'll remove the XMLTO or put in the bit to disable the documentation. No, it doesn't like that, so that's obviously something else. So what I'll do is I'll start from scratch again. SP cd open SP. So I'm not sure why that is. It might be an update or something to the XML that XMLTO doesn't understand, or vice versa. But there's possibly a reason why they've not put it in as default. So let's do the patches again. And the change, rerun the configure command. We'll expect it to fail again. So let's copy the config.guess file, rerun the configure. And rerun the build command. So I'm just adding a note to the spreadsheet that the disabled doc build had to be kept in. Okay, that's built. Let's run the tests. And we've got 9 of 23 tests failed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 I've got here. So that's a bit unfortunate that on ONSGMLS1 failed. Same for ONSGMLS2. And then we've got the ones they've got. So I'm not sure why we've got these extra ones here. So we'll take that as it is. Let's get rid of the LA files. And I'll make a note that the test failed too. In case that becomes an issue later on. So this is OpenSP. and tidy that up. Okay, and move on to OpenJade. I don't think we've got. No. Requires OpenSP, so I suppose this will give us a good idea of how good OpenSP is. A, will this build, and B, if there's tests, will they run as well? Alright, there's not a test suite, so as long as this builds, should consider that OpenSP is fine. So OpenJade. So patch it for newer compilers. Fix compilation problem with Perl. And let's add some extra flags to CXX flags, and let's check the extra options if there are any. Doesn't look like there is, so accept that. Right, okay, we've got another problem with the config.gs. I mean, it could be the fact that this config.gs has been updated and there's something the code doesn't know about based on the different CPU. That is a possibility. Right, it's still not happening despite that. Right, what it actually means is config.gs is not in this directory, so let me start from fresh. So let's see what directory it's in. Specify the name parameter might help. Right, so it's in config, so we'll get the copy config.gs into config, and now we'll rerun the configure command and it should find it. Yep. Okay, and build it. Right, we've got an error. Yeah, it looks like it's got a problem with OpenSP. And it's suggesting to use the deprecated keyword. So, I didn't run the patch, that's why. Right, it's because I jumped in and I didn't run the sed either. So let's start again and do things one at a time. So OpenJade. So the patch will fix the error on the make, I imagine. As said, now I'll rerun the copy for the gas and then rerun the configure. And rebuild, and we won't get that error anymore. Right, so now we can install Jade. It's built correctly. configuring OpenJade. So I just need to echo this by the looks of it. And that's done. So let's add that one in. Save that. And back to DocBook DSSSL. Okay, so extract DocBook DSSL 179. Got some documentation and become the root user and install it. Right, the following commands will perform the necessary tests to confirm that your installed DocBook SGML toolchain will produce the desired results. You must have the DocBook 3.1 DTD, which we have. Let's refresh this. Yep, you can see we've got all of those, and then perform the test as a root user. All tests will be performed from the user shared SGML DocBook DSSL style sheets doc test data directory, so as the root user. So let's change to that. Run OpenJade, and it says it should produce no output to the screen and create a file named jtest.rtf. jtest. Well, let's just do an ls1sl. Right, so there it is there, April 24th. The next test should return only the following line on the output. So let's run that. Right, it hasn't done, and this is one of the issues I had with OpenSP, so I might need to go back and investigate this. Cannot generate system identifier for public text. So I've definitely got an issue here. As it says, it's testing the toolchain, not just this package. Next test will produce no output to standard out and create a file named test.rtf in the current directory. Right, again, it's produced output, so things are definitely wrong here. And again, should produce no output. It has done. So I'll go offline and see if I can fathom out what's gone wrong here and then come back. Okay, I reviewed my recording, and you probably would notice I've missed the configuration for DocBook 4.5 DTD. So rather than delete this test data now, I'm going to go back to DocBook 4.5 DTD and complete the configuration by putting this in or adding to the existing catalogue. I don't know where that came from. Right, not sure. Got some spurious characters there. Put that in. I'll close that down and I'll rerun these tests from here. So this one worked anyway, but let's just check. So there's the files existing as they are. So run that. So it says the first test should produce no output to the screen, which it hasn't, and create a file named jtest.rtf. So yes, we've got that. So that's fine. The next test should only return the following line to standard out, which it still doesn't do. Right, okay. So I wonder if I need to rebuild OpenSP to help with that. Yes, I think that would be the thing to do. So let me get another X term up. And sources BLFS. So I'll get OpenSP up. So I'll extract this. And I don't think I changed anything apart from enable XML messages. No, I wonder if I should actually leave that off, possibly. I'll put it in again, see if it has any, well, to keep consistent, to see if it was just the configuration of DocBook XML DTD, sorry, DocBook 4.5 DTD that caused the problems. Right, okay, and was this the one that didn't have, oh yes, this has got the config.guess in the same directory, so cp copy it here, rerun the config. Oh, I'll rerun the patch. So I'll remove the patch and the sed. And rerun the configure. So make OpenSP again. Okay, and run the tests. So hopefully those other, oops, not that one. Those other tests that appeared that failed, hopefully they won't appear this time. Right, so we've got 9 again. I think that's no different. Yeah, they're still failing, unfortunately. Right, what I might do now then is to remove that XML messages flag, see if that makes any difference. So I'll copy the config.guess again and then put in the complete configure command with the patch, and I'll remove the enable XML messages option. Rerun the make package data. Okay, and try the tests again. And no, look like they failed yet again. So unless we can get these passing, I don't think the tests in DocBook SSSL are going to work. So I need to find out why this is. So I need to go back and do some more research. Okay, I've just checked actually the DocBook 3.1 DTD is missing configuration. I think I'll get down to the command explanation sometimes and just forget to look what's beyond that. So I'm going to open yet another window to do that. In fact, I could do it here. I don't need to do another window. It's a one-liner. So if I let's get this open. Find someone somewhere that's got the DTD. Perhaps if I go up, that might be the best thing. Yeah, this one here. I didn't do this bit here, so I'll put this. I may as well do it here. So append that to the catalogue, and let me just rerun the checks there. No, it still failed. I'll rerun the build. No, it looks like I'm going to have to build it from scratch. Okay. So I've finished that. Do the config.guess. I'll copy all this in as it is. Looks like that XML messages probably isn't involved in this, but I'll leave it off until I've resolved this problem. Okay, no, it's still there, so there's more to look at. Right, I've just wondered if I'm being caught out by the path in sudo, because it's strange as is failing. So I'm going to run the make check. Oh no, that won't fix this error. But I was wondering if these were failing. I can't remember how I started this route. I might have to change that secure path option, is it? Yeah, it became SU. So if I come back out of here and let's go back here and become root fully. Let's try running it like that rather than as SU where the path is partially incomplete. So let's run that one. That's okay, that's no output. Then it should have jtest.rtf. Right. Okay. Now let's run that one. Yes, it's working now. This is the problem I've got. Running SU minus ESU, I think the minus E just gets ignored. So that's passed, even though the tests failed. For OpenSP, it's not actually affecting DocBook. So I can't account for these still failing. But this bit's working, which is probably more important, I think. Let's try this one. Should produce no output, which it hasn't. And we should have a test.rtf, which we have, so that's good. And again, this should produce no output with a c1.htm. No output, that's good. And a c1.htm, so that's a pass now. So I'm going to rebuild I'm going to rebuild OpenSP with that XML option in it. And just make a note that I think 2 of these tests aren't passing. And as I say, could be to do with this configure XP. It may be it works because it knows what the old config .guess has got. But the new one's allowing it to do something slightly different, which maybe the compilation or testing can't handle. Yeah, okay. And because of this, I might rebuild OpenJade as well, for that matter. Or shall I? Is it worth it? Because these tests are working. They use OpenJade. Yeah, perhaps I won't bother. I looked at libnsl and XMLTO, but they're standalone basically. If we take a look, I mean, these have already been put in. I guess we can have a look to see if I might have missed any configuration. There's none there. I'm pretty sure I did this. Are we able to look at anything? Let's check that. So you can see that's there. And this is the style sheets. Yeah. So that's not a problem. Docput XML. I'm not sure how to investigate. Yeah, I'm not sure how to view this XML catalog. So I presume public is the catalog name. Let's try it for both, see if that, right, okay. And we're looking for maybe these aren't in here. What about this one? ISIS entity docbook. Oh, that's a specific file. Let's see if that exists. Yeah, that's there. Config file. Let's have a look at this. Oh, right, okay. Can I have a look at this then? Look for example that. Yep, it's there. So it's almost certainly been configured. XML DTT 4.5. User share XML docbook XML. Yep. Rewrite system. Let's see if that's there. Rewrite system. Oh, but it's not got that in reference to this XML DTD. They're both. Remove them, so they shouldn't exist. Okay. Oh no, I see. If you have any of the docbook XML DTTs referenced below already installed in your system, remove those entries from the for command below. So yeah, I'm not really sure why that isn't working. XMLTO is satisfied. And as I say, libnsl just had libterpc, and that's just got Kerberos for GSS API support, so they weren't in the part of the problem, or potentially part of the problem. So like I say, I can only put it down to the fact that the config.guest that I've copied across to allow it to build is maybe the issue, unless of course I've done something catastrophically wrong. But at least docbook SSL seems to work. So as I say, I'm going to rebuild this one final time with this extra switch. What it does I don't know, but it doesn't seem to have an effect on the actual results of docbook DSSSL. And indeed, this might be out of date. That's a possibility. As we've seen already, the BLFS book is not watertight as the Linux from Scratch book is. There's probably too much to test and too many permutations to make it as watertight as LFS. And also, as I've said before, it's not a recipe that you follow from beginning to end. dipping in and out, different order of packages could make differences like this. Okay, so for the last time, make check. And we've still got those 9 failing. How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, right, so it's 3. Yeah, because this catalogue 1 is failing as well. So I'll reinstall this. I'll do this carefully now, a bit at a time, just in case this makes a difference. The next bit we can do like that because they're just links. Okay, and I'll come back out of that. Okay, so I'll shut that down. For one final time, I'll test the, get rid of that window. I'll retest the data here. So start with a fresh directory. Oh, right, now we've got a core dump. Now, is that because I need to rebuild OpenJade, possibly? Yeah, I wonder if I need to rebuild this. Let's try ldconfig. Retry that. No, I'm going to have to rebuild OpenJade, I think, now. So let's get the terminal up again. I think it's had the config.guess here, didn't it? Yes. So that's from 2002. It's probably the oldest one I've seen. So cp sources config.guess into config. So run the patch. As said. And I don't think I changed any of these. Okay, so we can install all of this. already installed in centralized catalog. Oh yes, it would be, wouldn't it? That shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I'll leave that there a moment. Let's go back and retry that. So that's worked now. And let's look at what it's created. Yeah, that's the JTest RTF. That's produced the correct output. That's remained silent and produced test.rtf. That's also remained silent and produced c1.htm. So I'm going to leave it at that. It looks okay as far as the .book DSSL is concerned. So let's tidy these up now. So I'll get rid of that. Okay, so let's do the spreadsheet. So open Jade. That was followed by this one, wasn't it? Yep. So .book DSSL is done. And then back to PostgreSQL. .book utils is the next one. I'm pretty sure we haven't done this. Let me check the spreadsheet. Nope. Okay. So this needs OpenJ, .book DSSL, .book 3.1 DTT, SGML, SPM. I think we've done that one. SGML, SPM. Oh, all one word. No, we haven't done that one actually. SGML, SPM. Is that one of these in the background here? No, I don't know why that's been coloured then. Ah, it must be a module. Perl module. Yeah, it was definitely not installed, so let's do that one next. That's all okay. Make install and run that as the root user. And that's done. SGML, SPM. And that's a Perl module. per module, per module. Okay. And we've got links, so we're ready to build DocBook utils. So there's no extra, or perhaps there is. This option is placed in the make install line because it's not recognised by configure. Oh, I see, right, okay. So it looks like we'll just copy and paste that. And as the root, install it. Many packages use alternate names for the DocBook util script. If you wish to create these alternate names, use the following commands as the root user. Okay, so it's become full root to do that. Okay, and that's DocBook utils done. DocBook utils. OpenJade we've done, and SGML, SPM we've done, so we're ready to build PostgreSQL. And we need to create a separate group and user for this to work. There are several configuration items that add additional functionality with optional packages to PostgreSQL. Use configure help to see the list. So I'm just going to accept defaults unless there's anything down here of interest, which looks like there might be. So let's do the sed first. Copy the configure command and looks like we can build support with OpenSSL, Perl, Python, and TCL I think we had as well. And I need to change into the directory to do this. I didn't even extract it. Okay, that's configured. Now we'll run make. Wait for that to build. Okay, that's complete. A number of programs in the contrib directory. If you're going to run this installation as a server and wish to build some of them into make C contrib, so I guess we can do that. I will run this as a server, even though it probably won't be used. So that's done. So tests must be run as an unprivileged user because they need to start a temporary server, and this is prevented as the root user for the same reason you need to stop all PostgreSQL servers if any are running. If a previous version of PostgreSQL is installed, it may be necessary to use the disable path. Test results, run, make, check. Right, all those tests have passed. If you're installing PostgreSQL to update an existing installation, so that we're not doing. Now install as the root user. And the same for installed docs. If you made any of the contrib programs as the root user, looks like we've got to install them individually possibly. Right, that's installed. So let's have a look at the contrib directory. Well, there's quite a few there, isn't there? Right, let's try and do find contrib, type directory, exec, make -c, curly brackets, install. Yeah, that seems to be working. One didn't. Oh, of course, I need to be a root to do that, don't I? So it'll be minus E. No, it's still not happening yet. No rule. Oh, I see, no rule to make target install for Cytex. Right, let's try building that. So make minus C contrib Cytex, is it called? Oh no, extension. No, no, it's not. So it is Cytex. No, it's not having that one. Install. Okay, I've done something wrong with this command then, haven't I? Make C. Oh, do I need to put the contrib in? Is that what it is? No. Oh, it's doing the subdirectories as well, that's what it is. I don't know how to tell find to stay in one level. Let's have a look. How to tell find. Max depth 1, right. That's what I need to do. Max depth 1. Nope, didn't like that. Depth. Processes directories contents for directory itself. Max depth levels. Oh, I've put 2 dashes in, that's why. Right, that's a little bit better. No, still got permission denied because I haven't done sudo again. Right. That's better. Okay, so that's that bit done. If you only intend to use PostgreSQL as a client, the installation is complete. If upgraded, skip the rest of the commands because your database is ready to use. If it's the first time, continue with the initialization. So let's put these in. And then initialize the database. It's got the su command in this command. Su. Right, not sure why that's failing. Let's try that like this. Oh yes, of course it said we can't do this as a root. So let's try sudo -e. No, it's still not, because it's got to be su. I'm not sure why the password's not being taken. Su. How strange. Put my own password in. Right, that's worked. No, that's not worked either. I don't know why this isn't working. Authentication failure. That's empty. So there's something else here that needs sorting out. Try sudo -i. I don't understand this because it does say earlier on that you can't start it as the root. Oh, yes, it's the... I'm misreading this. This is becoming the Postgres user. So if I do that, that's what I need to do. Yeah, it does say as the root user, so that's what I was missing. Yeah, just to be clear, this SU is not trying to become root. It was logging in with the dash as the Postgres user. There is no post password, or we don't know it, so we use sudo to become root to allow us to log in as the Postgres user. using sudo minus. So that's what was going on there. That caught me out a moment there. So now let's do the sudo minus E. To install the service, but this has got to be in the BLFS. Let's do push the BLFS script. So let's recall that command. Starting and creating a sample database. So again, I'll have to use sudo and then this command. The instructions below, if you're scripting this part, alright, okay. The instructions below show you how to create a database, add a table to it, insert some rows into the table and select them to verify the installation is working properly. Still as the root issue. So sudo create db test. Right, let's become the root. Right, that looks like that's worked. And shut down the server with this command here. Yep. So that's done. No, don't want that one. Let's pop D instead. Okay, so that's PostgreSQL. And that's in the book. So let's shut that down. And we're back to APR. We've done Unix ODBC. What's this? OpenLDAP. Needed Unix, MariaDB, and PostgreSQL. OpenLDAP. After Cyrus Sazzle, UnixDB, right, so I've just got to check Cyrus Sazzle as well. No, we haven't installed that, so I need to do that next. Right, so it's been downloaded. Let me check that I haven't. No, it's not been installed. So maybe this was part of the sequence of dependencies we're getting through. So LMDB, I think that's been done. LMDB. Yep, that's been done. Linux Pan, Kerber's not doing. Got that one, that one, that one. Oh, right, okay, so it's ready to be installed then as it is, so that's good. So Cyrus, Sazzle. So fix the package to be compatible with GCC 15. Fix a problem revealed by GCC 14. Configure the build. Is there anything else we want to do here? We've got LMDB. We're trying to support LDAP, aren't we? We could put that in because we have got it installed, just haven't got the Sazzle installed, so let's put that in. I don't know what that is. I suppose we could enable that. Is that an external? That might be an external package possibly. Let's try it. Do not use. Do not use. And I notice it says with Sphinx build no. Now we have got Sphinx, but it's not mentioned. Oh yes, it is. Needed for regenerating the documentation. So I wonder if we can actually remove that or put in yes. Save removing it. See what configure makes of that. It looks like unfortunate. What's this here? Prefix user. So unfortunately it's got to be made with J1, but it looks like it doesn't take too long to build anyway. Okay, that's okay. There's no tests, so we'll just install it. And that's done. It's a system D unit to allow it to start up at boot. So let's go back into the BLFS boot scripts, or sorry, the system D units, and install that. Let's now enable that. So that will be sysctl, is it? System CTL status Sazzle auth D, is it? I misspelt that. Sazzle, yeah, I have. And it's not active, so let's now start it and do a status again, and that's running. So that's Cyrus Sazzle. Okay, so now we can put that in. Cyrus. And now it should be okay to rebuild open LDAP. Looks like we downloaded this twice. And the patch as well. Okay, so open LDAP. If you only need to install the client-side LDAP binaries, so yeah, that's all we need to do. There's nothing here about Cyrus Sazzle, so I assume it just picks it up automatically. So I'll just put all this in one go. Okay, and install it. And it looks like there's some of those LA files there again. Yeah, there's a few. So that's OpenLDAP reinstalled. So copy that. And that's been reinstalled. And we can shut that one down. Right, I think we've got everything now. So for this API util, so it looks like the only thing we need to do is to add with LDAP because we've got that installed now. So let's copy that and add in that. Build it. And test it. It says one's expected to fail. All tests passed. There is a failure here. It couldn't open ODBC, but it didn't say that there was actually any errors. It does say it's known to fail, so it doesn't necessarily mean it fails all the time. So install that, and that's done. API util. So back to Apache. Apache Brotley we've done. Yep. Dawson Jansen. Right, we haven't got that one. So there's no dependencies. Nothing spectacular about this package in terms of installing it. All passed. And that's done. Okay. XML2, we've done Lua. I'm not sure we've done that one. Lua, no, we haven't. So this hasn't got any dependencies. A patch and a test suite. Okay, some packages check for the package config file for Lua, which is created with this. Install Lua by running the following commands. And to test the results, run make test. It says this will run the interpreter and print its version. It certainly has done. More comprehensive tests can be performed if you downloaded the test table. Those tests need to be executed after the package is installed. That's why we defer to the description below. So we install it with this command. And finally install a package config file, I think that is. Here we describe only the basic test under the tarball, untar the tarball and change the Lua test directory. So let's extract it. Lua 5.48-tests. Then issue this command here. So if the test's finished without error, you'll see the message containing the string final OK. Yep, that's worked. So that all looks good. So Lua 5.48. Back to Apache, we've got links or links. We haven't got e-links. NGHTTP. So we've got that. Have we installed it? Yes, we have. And there's no other mention of dependencies or anything. Yep. Open up that we've done. Oh, it does say API util needs to be installed with LDAP support, so we did that, and we've got rsync as well. Where's that LVM? Yep, that's installed as well. So we're ready to build Apache. So we haven't downloaded it yet. Patch as well. And although you probably wouldn't run HTTP server unless maybe perhaps if you're a developer, we'll do that anyway. So add a user and a group for the server. Apache, it's called HTTPD, isn't it? So there's a few extra explanations there, but well, a few explanations with no extra options. So I'm just going to copy all of this in as it is. That's done. No test suite, so we'll just become the root and install it. So that's done, and we need to create a startup file for boot time. So start it like, or add it like that, and then let's try and start it. I presume it's called HTTPD. It is. So that's started. They used to, I thought, put in there a little test to see that it's working. Let's see if we can actually get to it. So http://localhost. Yeah, it works. So that proves that the server is working. In fact, I'm not sure if the next part is about configuring. No, it's not. Perhaps they don't do that anymore. I'm sure there used to be some information about testing it. Right, okay, so that's Apache HTTPD. So back to Git and fcron runtime for scheduling Git maintenance jobs. So I'm not really bothering with a transport agent this time. We've got Vim, we've got Linux PAM, we've got docbook utils, so we can work on this. So while I'm still root, I'll add a user and a group for this service. And I need to now come out of here, tidy this up, and then fetch fcron. Right, so fix some locations hard-coded in documentation. Install it with the following commands. Is there anything else we can do with this? The package, don't want that. So we could set the default text editor, which in this case would be user bin vi, and we can set the docbook style sheets to the location they've mentioned here. And I think that'll be enough. Make to build it. And install it. So I thought it wasn't going to install its scripts, but it looks like it might have done. So let's put the run parts in for periodic jobs. Create a directory system layout for those periodic jobs, and then create those parts as part of the cron tab. Oh, right, it did get installed. Okay, I thought it didn't. Start fcron and generate the varspal fcron systab file. It's not runny. Okay, yeah, it's running. So it started. Obviously, at that moment, it hadn't started running. So that's fcron. So we'll come out of that. And close that down. So fcron GNU PG runtime. So it looks like we've done that one. GNU PG. Yep, there's nothing to add to that. OpenSSH. We've got that, but I think there's something to rebuild it. Rebuild after GDB, Xorg, NetTools, and Systat. The last two are runtime. So we've done GDB. Yep. And we've definitely got Xorg. So it's just a case of looking at NetTools and Systat. So let's open that up. And these are just to gather entropy, it says. So NetTools, I think we might have done this one. Net-tools. Yeah, we've done that one. And the other one is Systat. Right, we haven't done that one, so let's install that. Oops. So, looks like we can just copy and paste the build commands. no test suite, so install. And there's some system D units to be and timers to be installed. That's all okay. Fix one of the system D units by running the following command. And we need to install a system D unit. So back to the BLFS. System D units. Oh no, this enables it, beg your pardon. Status. So let's start that. And that's now active. So let's come out of that. Tidy that up. So sysdat is built. So we can go back and rebuild OpenSSH now. Bear in mind, if you are over a link, reinstalling this might kick you out, or you might need to log in again anyway, because obviously rebuilding the libraries. So we don't need to do the first bit because we've obviously got a user and a group. Let's run the configure command. So with PAM, we need to add with xauth, sorry. This sets the default location for the xauth binary for X authentication. Environment variable xauth prefix should be set, so it should be because we're logged in as an ordinary user. So we'll put that in. With Kerberos we haven't got, and with libedit we haven't got either. I think that's external, yes it is. So I think that's all we need to add. Okay, that's done, so we can now build this. Okay, and run the tests. So that has all passed by the looks of it. Yeah, all tests passed. So let's reinstall this. This will probably be the place that you get thrown out if you are connected via SSH. So shouldn't need to do any modifications. There's no harm in trying, or testing rather. So use PAM, yes, is enabled, so that's good. And just got to look for the permit root login. It's still set to yes, so that hasn't been overridden, so that's good. So what I'm going to do is just do systemctl sshd restart. Let's do status first. So I'll do a restart. And status again. And yeah, 1 second ago it was active. So that looks all okay. So I'll put that in as reinstalled. Shut that down, and I think we might be in a place to install this now. Oh no, jump the gun, we've got to do subversion to enable the Git SVN. So let's see what this has got. Recommended surf. Well, certainly haven't got that. And this needs scones. No, not that one. Okay, so build it. And install it. And install some man pages by the looks of it. And that's done. Right, there it is, scones. And shut that down and surf next. So we're not using this GSS API, so we can just copy and paste. And install it. And that's done. Let's surf. So next twig for regenerating the build system. Needs a boost for tests, so we're alright with that one. Okay. Configure and build. Okay, so it says the tests depend on the languages that were installed on the system. So there's no real indication of what that could possibly be, but I can think of straight away we've got Java installed, we've got Ruby installed. It talks about Go here, which is part of GCC. If that's the case, we've got Perl and Python. I assume they're taken into account. But if it goes there, we've got Fortran, possibly a couple of others. So, and also it says JavaScript here. So, I suppose it depends what is important to you and exactly what constitutes a language, whether it's a scripting language or a proper programming language. So I'm going to time this as an unknown quantity about how long this is going to take. And it does say that some tests may fail. So we'll just have to see. It looks like it's identified. I can see Perl, Python, C#, Java I saw, Go. And looks like there's a couple of failures already. Yeah, there's Go and Java being tested there, is it? Or no, it's just checking at the moment. Lua. So it seems a wide variety of languages. Does it say anything here? Oh yes, here. Perl, Python, TCL, Ruby, PHP we haven't got installed, so it won't do them. That one, sorry, JavaScript. I think Node.js is going to be installed, possibly. Whether there's any other JavaScript engine installed at the moment, I don't think there is. C#, don't think we've got that. Go, we have Lua. So it looks like most of the languages here are going to be installed. There's possibly only PHP and JavaScript are the two that would be installed that aren't going to be tested. But I don't think that's going to be a great loss. If it's going to take that long, up to 50 SBUs, it's probably not worth rerunning it, or indeed just installing those two just for this. Although, having said that, it may be interesting to see what requirements there are for those two languages. So that was PHP, was the first one. Let's open that in a new window. So that's got quite a few dependencies, but most are probably installed. So there wouldn't be any great effort to get that going, actually. Certainly that one. And then JavaScript, we're probably looking at something like, I say, Node.js maybe. Maybe that's not in here. I thought it was. Oh yes, there it is there. What's that under? Oh, maybe it's just an engine rather than a, yeah, I think it might be just an engine. So whether that would be included or not, I don't know. So it's probably just PHP actually, which makes you wonder if it is worth doing this. Let's load that up. That will be easy enough. Right, let's close this and open that in a new window. I think I might go for it. It's going to be a long test, but clearly at 50 SPUs, but if we're going to do all the other languages, we've got one left, we may as well do that one, I think, include it in there in the schedule of tests. So we've got Apache, we've got libxml, so let's do this aspell. You'll need at least one dictionary. You can go to this web page to, or this link to get a dictionary. It's got the English dictionary here conveniently, so I'll fetch that one. In fact, let's get this open, see if there's actually a localized dictionary. No, it's just EN. Okay. So, oh, forbidden, so that didn't work. Let's see if we can pick up another mirror. Yep. So a spell. So configure and make. And as the root user, we can install it. Okay, if you do not plan to install ispell, then copy the wrapper script ispell. Right, is that part of BLFS book? Looks like it's not, so I'll take it that's the same for spell, so let's put these in. Configuring. After ASP is installed, you must set up at least one dictionary. Install the English dictionary by running the following commands. So run that and make install. And that's done. Okay, so a spell. And the next one's in chant. Needs a spell. glib we've got, valor we've got, dbus glib. Don't think we've got that one. Dbus we've got, glib we've got, so let's copy link. Install. We don't want the API documentation, so we won't enable the documentation. Right, make check. It says more comprehensive tests can be run by following the same method as using the dbus instructions, but requires building the package twice. So I'll be happy just to stay with that. Oh, why did I delete that? I didn't install it, so I have to do this all again. Right, and this time I'll install it. And tidy that up. Dbus glib. Okay. Oxygen, and that's it. So fetch that. To run the tests. This must be installed. So we haven't got that. So we can't run the test because we haven't got this external to BLFS package. So just configure it and build it. Okay, and install it then. And I saw a libtool archive there, so let's run that. There's a few of them there. Configuration, you can test it with this. Yep, I think that's working. So if that's a case of testing an English GB dictionary, what I would do is actually put an English spelling in one of those words, like colour or honour. So they've got to be misspelt, haven't they? So let's see what it makes of that. Oh, is that the, yeah, that's the two commands, enchant. So for the cur, it's come up with colour, yes it has as the first option, and honour, it's come up with honour, so that's pretty good. Enchant, add that in. To the spreadsheet, shut that down. And what have we got next? libxslt, free type we've done. Let's fetch that, we'll find that one. Yep, that's been complete. libexif. Right, we haven't done that one. needs graph is, which we've got as a basic installation, but it's just for documentation anyway. Test results. Yep, no problems there. And that's installed. So libxif. Next, libjpeg turbo. JPEG we've done. Just check to see if there's anything else to be done with it. No. libpng, likewise, I think that's going to be the same. libpng, no, that's fine. libtiff, which is called tiff, that's fine. libwebp, that's right next to libtiff, so I can see that's done. Graphical environment we've got. Curl we've done, I think, to some extent. Yep. Rebuild with libssh after Apache HTTP and S-tunnel to allow testing. Right, let's have a look at S-tunnel, because we could possibly knock that one off as well. Just have a look on this other screen quickly. Needs libnsl, which I think we've done. Apart from that, libnsl. Yep, right, we can do that then. So let's get up curl. Samba, did we install Samba? Or is that what I was getting involved with? Right, yes, I think that was on the to-do list actually. We've definitely gone down a different route. Oh, for NTLM authentication, so I'm not bothered about that. So, S-tunnel for the test suite. Right, so let's get that up. We've got libnsl, so let's copy link. Right, looks like we need to add a user and group. And then run configure and make netcat. Right, we haven't installed the netcat, so it will probably fail badly if we run the tests. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it's not going to do anything. So let's install this. Make cert to install a sample certificate. Install the included system D unit. Okay. If you do not already have a signed SSL certificate and private key, create a S-tunnel PEM file in the etc S-tunnel directory using the command below. You'll be prompted to enter necessary information and ensure you reply to the common name prompt with the name or IP address you'll be using to access the services. So as a route to make cert, So the FQDN, that's going to be a host name with the mynet.org, as I've got a domain. So sudo -e, make cert, country name, will that be UK, I suppose, state or province, London, organisation, unit, don't know, press enter, common name. So that's going to be the RPI500 plus .mynet.org. So it looks like that's been created. Create a directory used for the PID file. Oops. And change the ownership. Create a basic tunnel configuration. Add the services you wish to encrypt to the configuration file. The format is as follows. Right. I don't know which services I want, so I'll leave that for the moment. But I'll enable the unit and then start it. I imagine it will probably complain that there's no services. Status, start. Yeah, I think there's no services. That's what it's complaining about. So I'm gonna let's see what this says. Right, okay. So let's edit this and add something in. So service. Let's have a look at man tunnel, S tunnel. Let's just try and put some dummy information in. So if I put in dummy, so the host name is going to be RPI500 plus port number, I don't know, 34567. And I'll put the same in here. Now let's see if this will restart. Yes, it has without complaining now. And there you can see it's running. So if ever I see anything port number 34567, I'll have to remember that it might be affected by this. So that's S tunnel. So tidy that up. Shut that down and we can reinstall curl now. Is that everything? Yes, it is. So configure. Right, it says Valgrind will slow the test down and may cause failures. So really I probably want to disable that. Let's see what we've got here with OpenSSL. We haven't got that. We don't want to use that. Let's set with libssh2. We probably want that. DNS resolution through the CRS library. Have we installed that? I think we have, haven't we? CRS. Yep. So let's put that in as well. And I wanted to see if I could put in without Valgrind, see if that is recognized. I guess I should have checked the config help. Right, oh that's good, it's come up with a status at the end here, so let's see if it says anything. So it's found quite a lot, it doesn't mention Valgrind unfortunately. Let's try the configure help grep val. No, there's nothing there. Let's see if I can spy anything here. Alright, unrecognized options without Valgrind. Okay, let's try disable. Let's just try configure help on its own, see what that puts out, give us an idea. Okay, so it is with and without. So maybe unfortunately there's no way of checking, setting that. No, I think you're going to have to endure that, unfortunately. So let's build this now. Right, so that's done. So I'm going to run the test now. And see what happens. Okay, so that has finished. And looks like we've got 100% pass on that. So I didn't expect that because it says some of the tests are flaky, so maybe just been a bit lucky. So let's install this. And I've got the rest to do, so let's put that in. And I think that's it for curl. So that's a reinstallation, and check I've knocked that one off. Yep. So that's good. So curl tidy HTML requires CMake and libxslt. So patch and build it. And install. That's done. So that's tidy HTML. Close that. And what else we've got next? Where do we get to? LMDB we've got, MariaDB we've got, OpenLDAP, Postgres, Unix, Cyrix, Sazol. Okay, we're done for PHP then. So let's fetch it. Pre-built documentation, chunked HTML, and there's other languages at this location here. Use of PHP websites highly recommended as their online docs are very good. Okay, so PHP 8.5.3. I've got a huge configure command. Let's put that in. I doubt there's much to change with this. FPM system D. Right, that doesn't look like the B that is there. I don't know what pair is. BC Math. It's a shame these options here are a completely different order to what's on the screen. With BZ2, calendar, DBA shared, and FTP, all of a sudden they're more or less in order with read line. Disable XML, we don't want that. That's incompatible with the FPM switches. MySQLi, we haven't got that as far as I'm aware. MySQL SOC, location of MySQL Unix socket pointer. I can't see that in there. Let's put that in there. PDO MySQL shared. This includes PDO MySQL support. I suppose we can put that in. And we've got the tidy library as well, so let's put that in. Okay, so that's configured. Let's build that now. So Okay, that's done. So let's run the test. It says some may fail, in which case you ask whether you want to send the report to the PHP developers. So if you want to automate the test, prefix the command with that. So we'll do that and run it and time this. Okay, so that was actually quicker than building, and if you went strictly by the SPUs, you'd have expected it to take a lot longer, perhaps nearly twice as long. So got a bit misled by that. Test results summary. 0 failures, which is good. Again, expected some to maybe fail. It does say they may fail, but clearly we've been lucky again that it's been a good result. So I'm going to install this now. And it says default configuration files for Fast CGI Process Manager only installed if they do not already exist on the system. So if this is the first installation, they should be renamed as the root user. And then the pre-built documentation is installed like that. And that's the single file, and then the one with many files is installed like that. Then it says the bundled pair is not installed because of a bug which might pollute the file system with several hidden files and directories. I find that sort of thing quite annoying, so I'm not going to install that. So let's come out of that. Oh, it's configuration to do. So let's become the root user again. Enable fast CGI supporting the Apache server. So they commented out, but running that will add it in. Those modules accept various proxy path directives. One possibility is as the root user. Okay, I don't know what that means, but let's add that in. Additionally, it may be useful to add an entry for index.php to the directory index directory of the directive of the HTTP conf file. Lastly, adding a line to the PHPS extension to show the highlighted PHP source may be desirable. Okay, so where is the HTTPD conf file? I presume that's in etc. No, it doesn't know where it is. So etc httpd httpd.conf. So let's just add it at the end after this proxy pass. It looks okay. And then install PHP FPM daemon. So once again, let's see if we can stat that status it. PHP FPM enabled. So let's now start that, and status is running, and that's PHP done. Okay, so we're in a position now to go back to Swig and build this, and it should pick up PHP now. I'll just check my spreadsheet. I think I've already added PHP. I have. So let's change into Swig. Build it. Right, so now we can run the tests. I've just noticed there might be another language that I've missed. I'm not sure if Scheme's in the BLFS book or not, but never mind. So let's time this and see how long it takes, basically. And yes, it has found PHP. I've just seen there as well, so that's good. Okay, well that's another bum steer. I guess because I haven't got a lot of the other languages installed, but it certainly didn't take 50 SPUs. Obviously, it's hard to assess that, knowing how long the testing might be for some of the languages. So there were errors. I don't know how we can see what was failed. And there's no log, I presume. No, I can't see any. So it's kind of a moot point as to whether that was successful or not. Yeah, these Ruby ones go on for a long time, actually. So really, it's almost a bit pointless. I'll just do an install. And copy some documentation. So I'll put that in the book, in the spreadsheet, sorry. Swig. And tidy that up. Right, back to Subversion. Let's go through these options again. So we've got Apache, Boost, Cyrus, Dbus. We've got GNOME keyring, I'm not sure about. Yeah, we've got that one. libsecret. We've got that. PY3C. PY3C. No, so that's one to install. And that's a Python module. Okay, so build it and test it, the looks of it. It's a headers only package, it says. So it looks like we just tested it and then install it. That's done. So Python modules PY3C. Right, so that's in the spreadsheet.